All rise.
The Kosovo Specialist Chambers is now in session.
Be seated. Madam Court Officer, please call the case.
Good morning, Your Honors. This is case KSC BC 2020-06, the Specialist Prosecutor versus Hashim Thaçi, Kadri Veseli, Recep Salimi, and Jakub Krasniqi.
Thank you. I note for the record that the accused are all present in court today. Today we will start hearing the evidence of prosecution witness W01453. Please call the witness in. You can both be seated right now. I note for the record that duty counsel for W01453 is present in the courtroom. Good morning, counsel. Please introduce yourself for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Taulant Hodai, duty counsel for Mr. Bouya today.
Thank you. Good morning, witness. Please.
Good morning.
The court usher will provide you with a text of the solemn declaration which you are asked to take pursuant to Rule 141, paragraph 2 of our rules. Please look at the document and then read it out loud.
Interjection.
Conscious of the significance of my testimony and my legal responsibility, I solemnly declare that I will tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, and that I shall not withhold anything which has come to my knowledge.
Seated. I know that each of you have indicated the desire to make a statement. I will go through some preliminary matters first, and then we will get to that, all right? I haven't forgotten you. Witness, today we will start your testimony, which is expected to last approximately 4 days. As you may know, the prosecution will ask you questions first, and then counsel for victims. Once they are finished, the defense has the right to ask questions of you, and members of the panel may have questions for you. The prosecution estimate for your examination is 9 hours. The defense estimates that it will need 12 hours. As regards each estimate, we hope that counsel will be judicious in their use of time. The panel may allow redirect examination if conditions for it are met. Witness, please try to answer the questions clearly with short sentences. If you don't understand a question, feel free to ask counsel to repeat the question, or tell them that you don't understand and they will clarify. Also, please try to indicate the basis of your knowledge of facts and circumstances that you will be asked about. In the event you are asked by the SBO to attest to some corrections made during your statements, you are reminded to confirm on the record that the written statement, as corrected by the list of corrections, accurately reflects your declaration. Please also speak into the microphone and wait 5 seconds before answering a question, and then speak at a slow pace for the interpreters to catch up. During the next days while you are giving evidence in this court, you are not allowed to discuss with anyone the content of your testimony outside of the courtroom. If any person asks you questions outside this court about your testimony, please let us know. Please stop talking if I ask you to do so, and also stop talking if you see me raise my hand. These indications mean that I need to give you an instruction. If you feel the need to take breaks, please make an indication and an accommodation will be made. I also take the opportunity to remind the parties and participants to avoid talking over one another to facilitate the witness's understanding of the questions that are put to him. And counsel should remember also to delay at the end of, to allow your question to be fully interpreted by the interpreters before proceeding. We are aware that counsel has been assigned a witness so that the witness is able to seek legal advice if he has any legitimate concerns of self-incrimination. You may address the court now, duty counsel, if this is when you wish to address us.
Thank you, thank you, Your Honor. My client, first of all, he wants to address to the court to make his statement, and afterwards, then I have some observations.
All right.
With your permission, but
Witness?
I think he will go through proceeding after the
I'm sorry?
I think we will go through proceedings after he will provide the details, names and surnames, then he will make this statement.
Witness, you have a few minutes to just address the court if you wish. You may remain seated.
Shall I stand up?
You may remain seated.
Honorable Judge, members of the panel. In 2019, the Office of the Specialist Prosecutor invited me for an interview. Without me knowing this status or the capacity, whether I was being interviewed as a suspect or a witness. Upon the insistence of my lawyers, my counsels, I was told that I was a suspect. The Specialist Prosecutor's Office did not inform me of the charges against me, and they did not inform my counsel. Despite our numerous requests filed by my legal team, I answered the summons of 2019, bearing in mind the rights foreseen by the law, and in consultation with my counsels, I used my legal right to use my right and to defend myself in silence. In 2020, the Specialist Prosecutor's Office filed an indictment against the President of my country, Mr. Thaçi, the Chairman of the Assembly of Kosovo, Kadri Veseli, the former MP, Jakub Krasniqi, and the head of the parliamentary group, Mr. Selimi. Paragraph 35 of this indictment mentions the criminal joint enterprise, which includes the members of the General Staff of the Kosovo Liberation Army, the zone commanders, deputy zone commanders, brigade commanders, and members of the staffs of the brigades, commanders of intelligence units and other military units, including the government of Kosovo, ministers, and other staff members of the Provisional Government of Kosovo. This indictment included and mentioned my name in paragraph 35 and other two paragraphs of this document. In the SPO brief, my name is mentioned as a suspect. Last year, in October 2023, I was summoned by the Specialist Prosecutor's Office as a witness in these proceedings. In my correspondence with the prosecution office through my counsel, the Specialist Prosecutor's Office confirmed to me that I'm still a suspect, as it was confirmed to me in the preparation sessions before this hearing. From what I read in the documents here, there is a statement taken in 99 or 2000 when I was questioned by the Onmik police. I did not sign this statement, and I did not receive any copy from this statement. This statement is also incomplete, and there are portions of it missing. I was not represented by a counsel, and I was not informed by about my right to have a lawyer. Also, another two of my statements given in the Lima case at the ICTY, a statement in front of the prosecutor in 2003, and another statement, testimony given in court in 2005. In both these cases, I was at no time informed about my right to have a lawyer or of my rights as a witness. Rule 42 and 43 of the rules and Article 38.3 of the law gives me the right to not self-incriminate. However, I will answer your questions having in mind this right of mine to remain silent.
Mr. Hodai, do you have something additional?
Yes, Your Honor. I would like to have some submissions regarding the statement and position my client made it before the court. It will not take more than 10 minutes, around 10 minutes. It's okay. Thank you. Okay, thank you very much. Dear President of the panel, dear members of the panel, dear colleagues, once again, I am Taulant Hodai, duty counsel for the witness here today, Mr. Bouya. Since my client was summoned as a suspect in 2019, more than 5 years have passed without any allegations being brought against him, and no evidence of any active investigation from 2019 until this year. Despite the SPO having had ample opportunities over the years to present allegations, my client has not been informed of any allegations, nor provided any reasons why the SPO considers him still as a suspect, as required under the applicable legal framework. Recently, in the SPO summons, and also in a written form by email, it was reconfirmed that my client remains as a suspect, suggesting his involvement in a criminal act. He was informed and given a copy of Rule 42, which clearly states that a suspect is not obliged to provide testimony if such testimony may be self-incriminating. Despite the passage of more than 5 years since he was first informed as a suspect by the SPO, and no evidence of any active investigation from 2019 until now, pursuant to Rule 47 of the rules, one such reasonable time has passed since the suspect is informed. The SPO is required to decide to terminate the investigations against my client. On multiple occasions, counsel have formally requested the SPO to make this determination in compliance with Rule 47, but they didn't until now. Therefore, the SPO should terminate the investigation against my client, Mr. Bouya, under Rule 47, given that no indictment has been issued against him over the 5 years since he was informed as a suspect, a period that exceeds the reasonable statutory regulatory time frame within which the prosecutor is expected to act before summoning Mr. Bouya in the capacity of a witness. During the preparatory sessions, it was disclosed by the SPO that my client's status as a suspect stemmed from the evidences presented in Lima case in 2003-2005. If any suspicions arose at that time, it was the prosecution duty to conduct an investigation promptly, rather than delay action for numerous years. Additionally, both the SPO and the prior task force were obliged to investigate from 2011 and reach timely decision based on that investigation. However, it was not until the year 2019 when my
Interpreter's note, could the counsel be kindly asked to slow down a little bit?
No, after the more than 5 years, no more than...
You're being asked by the interpreter, sir, to slow down.
Thank you. No, since that more than 5 years have elapsed since 2019, yet my client remains a suspect with no decision to conclude this investigation. Thus successive failures to adhere to the procedural requirements constitute a clear breach of the applicable legal framework, which requires if an investigation is initiated, the investigation shall be completed within a reasonable time. In this trial, my client, Mr. Bouya, is called as a witness, yet he still officially holds the status of suspect from the SPO as noted in the SPO summons and in writing details. And he should be considered a suspect in this trial, since his name several times is named and highlighted in indictment as a member of joint criminal enterprise. In this indictment against President Thaçi at trial at all. In addition, in the public available version of the SPO pretrial brief of this case, my client also is mentioned as a suspect. As my client stated earlier, I can attest that some files presented by the SPO in preparation session contained a statement whose date of origin is unknown, lack of signature at the end, and has several missing parts. The SPO confirmed to us that they do not know its date of the statement. Further, the files with statements in Lima case, at the time these statements were taken, he was not informed of his right as a witness, including the right to have legal representation during the testimony. Consequently, in 2019, after having held the status of witness since 1999-2000, my client's status was suddenly changed to a suspect without any disclosure of specific allegations against him. During 2019 interview by the SPO, my client exercised his right to remain silent, refraining from responding to the question posed by the prosecutor in that time. Similarly, during the preparatory sessions, my client emphasized with respect to the files presented that under Rule 42 of the Rules of Procedure, he is under no obligation to testify in this proceeding, and he is fully entitled to exercise his rights as a suspect under the applicable legal and regulatory framework. According to the Rule 43, rights of suspect during investigations, this rule, it lists situations when a person shall be deemed a suspect and shall, once notified, have a minimum the rights provided in Article 38, paragraph 3 of the law. And this article provides to the suspect, provides that the suspect shall not be compelled to incriminate himself and has the absolute right to remain silent without such silence being considered in the determination of guilt or innocent. In the present matter, the circumstances outlined above, as per Rule 43 in conjunction with Article 38.3 of the law, are applicable to my client's case. Mr. Bouet retains the status of suspect, and in this capacity, he asserts his rights under Rule 43 and Article 38.3 of the law. This rule should be applied in these proceedings. Specifically, he may seek to exercise his unequivocal right to remain silent. Furthermore, Rule 42 and 151 provides that individuals under investigations always have the right to avoid self-incrimination and cannot be compelled to testify in cases where they might implicate themselves. Mr. Bouya, in the present case, as a witness and as a suspect, has the right to apply the aforementioned rules as a fundamental right in judicial process when individuals face criminal liability. A person in capacity of suspects faces a higher risk to compare the position of a witness, as they are directly involved in the accusation and suspicions of the prosecutor. This view that Rules 42, 43, 151, and Article 38.2 of the law, to my understanding, adequately are regulated also regulate the matter of potential self-incrimination by a witness where he is a suspect as well, as it is a present matter with my client. And this view, it is supported by this panel decision on SPO submission regarding procedure for Rule 151 cases. Further, and I'm close to finalize, further, the right of silence and the right not to incriminate oneself are generally recognized international standards which lie at the heart of the notion of the fair procedure under Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights. These views are supported by ICTY, ICTR, and ICHR jurisprudences. In ICHR case Sanders versus United Kingdom, the court recalls that although not specifically mentioned in Article 6 of the Convention, the right to silence and the right not to incriminate oneself are generally recognized international standards. The rationale lies inter alia in the protection of the accused against improper compulsion by the authorities, thereby contributing to the avoidance of miscarriages of justice and to the fulfillment of the aims of Article 6. In Karadzic case on decision on subpoenaing Tolimer, the critical issue here it was whether the Rule 90 of the rules adequately protects an accused suspect appellant from the direct and indirect use against him of any compelled self-incriminating information arising as a result of deliberate or inadvertent self-incrimination. In this regard, the appeals chamber of ICTY notes that Tolimer contention that Rule 19 of the rules is not a complete protection from self-incrimination, and that compelling to testify pursuant this rule would constitute a violation of his right against self-incrimination under Article 24 of the statute. In ICTR case, Andre Ngateura, in the appeal judgment, trial chamber, also this deals with self-incrimination, trial chamber did not allow to testify due to rule of self-incrimination. The appeal noted that Augustin was charged with crime similar to Iman Ishwe, and the trial chamber, the appeals decided that the trial chamber did not err when it excluded Augustin from testifying. Last, also in Karadzic appeals judgment, it was decided that the trial chamber did not compel Mladic to testify in Karadzic case because Mladic's testimony would be directly relevant to the Mladic case before the ICTY. The appeal found that the trial chamber did not err when it decided not to compel Mladic to testify. At the end, although not directly applicable in this case, the importance of absolute silence in a judicial process is also regulated within the framework of Kosovo law and Kosovo legislation and court rulings. Article 10, paragraph 2 and paragraph 150 of Kosovo Criminal Procedural Code stipulates that the suspect has no obligation to answer any questions, not obliged to accuse themselves or their relatives, except to give information about his identity. And as my client stated, he remains open to question and evidence, and based on the question and evidence presented, my client will decide based on the law whether to answer the question or remain silent. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Prosecution wish to respond?
Your Honor, unless you have particular questions for me, I won't respond in detail, mainly because these similar assertions and statements were made during witness preparation, which captures those, and it also captures our position. As Your Honors are well aware, this is not a unique situation we are dealing with. We have dealt with this before, and the applicable legal framework should apply the same. I will just say two things, again, unless Your Honors have particular issues you'd like me to address. The first is I'm not aware or sure that we have received a formal request under Rule 47 for this witness or suspect, but we'll take that request into account moving forward. However, the determination under Rule 47 is irrelevant for the purpose of today's hearing and the testimony that we should be hearing. And Your Honors already know, because we made such a filing, that if it comes to it, we have no objections being provided to assurances being provided under Rule 151, which would mean that the testimony may not be used against him except under Article 15(2) and Rule 65.
Mr. Hodai, have you discussed the issue fully with your client?
Yes, Your Honor, we have discussed the issue with my client. I have discussed with him, and until now, I think this is the stance my client wants to keep. But it depends from the proceedings, and we will have a chance to consult and provide advice to him. Thank you.
You understand our Rule 151, paragraph 3, that an assurance can be given the witness and then he would be compelled to answer.
Yes, I understand also that my client understands the rule, and it was also such guarantees provided also by the SPO during the prep sessions, although it's not the obligation of the SPO at the time. But my client, he provided a written statement and answer to the SPO guarantees for that.
Are you seeking a Rule 151, subparagraph 3 ruling from the court?
I mean, we will need maybe to have some time to consult with the client and decide. It depends what's your request in this.
The assurance is quite simple. He cannot be prosecuted for anything stated in the court. And in other words, he cannot self-incriminate himself. Do you understand that?
Yes, I understand that.
And you have not talked to him about this?
I have talked to him about this in the view of the prosecution has provided such guarantees, but I have not talked to him about such guarantees provided by the court.
Well, the prosecution has indicated they have no objection to the court entering such an assurance. So if you need 5 minutes, we will give you 5 minutes, but this is a fairly obvious question.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, I think we will take 5 minutes and we'll respond. Thank you.
You can step out for 5 minutes and then we'll call you back. We'll adjourn for 5 minutes. We'll step aside.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Please bring the witness and counsel back into the chamber. Be seated. Mr. Hodai, what is the result of your conversation?
Your Honor, thank you very much. We had a chance to consult the Rule 151 even before and also right now. But before I say further, my client just shortly wanted to have to provide his answer in this regard, if it's possible.
Certainly. Go ahead, witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I had been notified, and I have also just now been informed of Rule 151, but I wish to stand by what I have said in my statement.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor. About the assurances of the Rule 151, my client was informed. Also, it was informed by the SPO during the prep sessions, and we discussed thoroughly about this issue, about duties and obligations, and also the SPO informed about the consequences they think he may face if he keeps his stance. My client wants to use the rights deriving from the law, and he wants to stay behind his statement. Thank you.
First of all, the court will give you the following warning. Since you are insisting that you are still a suspect, you understand that, first of all, that you could apply to have the investigation terminated and you would no longer be you could no longer be a suspect. That's up to you to do. You have been called to testify. You are obliged to testify. You are obliged to tell the truth. If you do not tell the truth, you might be prosecuted. If you believe that you may incriminate yourself as a result of answering a question, you may refuse to answer. If you believe that you need an assistance of an attorney, one will and will continue to be provided for you, as has happened already. Witness, I remind you that as per the solemn declaration you have just read, you are obliged to tell the truth, and I've repeated that again. Under our rules, you are hereby advised that you are not required to answer a question that is incriminating unless and until the panel compels you to answer, in accordance with Rule 151, Paragraph 2, and determines if an assurance under Rule 151.3 should be provided to you. You are hereby advised that in the event of such a question of self-incrimination arises, you or your assigned counsel may raise the issue to the panel, and we will proceed to determine whether or not and under what circumstances you might be compelled to answer. In such a case, the decision as to whether you must answer a question is exclusively that of the panel. If ordered to do so by the panel, you must answer all questions asked of you. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do.
We will proceed now. Prosecution will begin first with their questions. Mr. Prosecutor, you may begin.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, witness. We've met before. I'll introduce myself again. I'm James Potch, a prosecutor with the SPO, and as the judge said, I'll be asking you some questions for the next 9 hours or so. Could you please tell the court your name and surname?
Shukri Buya,
Shukri Buya,
And what is your date of birth?
27th of August, 1966.
Your nationality?
Shqiptari
Albanian from Kosovo.
Were you ever known by any other names, nicknames, or pseudonyms?
Once again, the question, please.
Other than by the name Shukri, were you ever known by another name, a nickname, or a pseudonym?
Nuk mund të përgjigjem.
I cannot answer.
And why cannot you answer?
Sepse më
Because that incriminates me.
Your Honor, I'm in your hands as to whether to continue or if you need to address the witness again.
It's up to you as to whether you want to continue.
Witness, to your knowledge, were you ever known as Gazetari at any time?
nuk mund ta konfirmoj.
I cannot confirm that.
Could you clarify why you cannot confirm that?
Sepse mund
Because it may incriminate me.
Witness, to your knowledge, were you ever known as Sokoli at any time?
nuk mund të përgjigj.
I cannot answer that.
Witness, what was the LPRK?
Nuk mund ta konfirmoj.
I cannot confirm that because it would incriminate me.
Witness, are you aware of the existence of a group known as the LPRK?
Edhe kjo mund të më inkriminojë.
This could also incriminate me.
Witness, were you ever a member of the LPK?
Nuk mund të përgjigjem.
I cannot answer that.
Witness, are you aware of the existence of a group known as the LPK?
Nuk mund ta konfirmoj.
I cannot confirm that.
Wish to offer the 151 assurance at this time for the balance of his testimony?
Yes, Your Honor, we said that we don't object to it.
I'm just asking you now if you want to offer it.
Sure.
The court will deal with that in just a moment. Witness, I remind you that as per the solemn declaration that you have just read, you are obliged to tell the truth. Under our rules, you are advised, as I've advised you already, that you do not need to answer a question that is incriminating unless we compel you to answer. And an assurance under Rule 151, Paragraph 3 is provided to you. And you've had an opportunity to discuss this matter with your attorney. You should understand that if ordered by the court to answer questions, you are bound to do so. And if you fail to answer questions after you have been directed to do so by the panel, you might be subject to sanctions for it. Please note that you are not permitted to refuse to answer questions other than those that would incriminate you personally. You have been granted the assistance of counsel, as you requested, and your counsel has re-explained Rule 151 to you. The panel notes that in confidential ex parte filing F02653, the SBO has informed the panel that if considered necessary by the panel, the SBO would have no objection to this witness being provided assurances in accordance with Rule 151, Paragraph 2 and 3 of the rules. The panel therefore does not consider taking an ex parte view of the specialist prosecutor other than the statement he has just made at this time is necessary. Does anyone else wish to be heard prior to the court proceeding?
Nothing from us, Mr. President.
None, Your Honor.
Nothing, Your Honor.
Thank you very much.
I think counsel wants to be heard.
Counsel, yes, counsel, go ahead. Please, briefly.
Okay. Thank you very much. I will be very brief. First of all, I just double-checked the correspondences with the SPO and on email dated December 11 and 2023 and January 4, 2024. We have reminded to the prosecutor and requested to terminate the investigation because of the length of the proceeding.
By email?
Email, yes, to the prosecutor. With the correspondences with our prosecution. And in regards with rights and obligations, and which you already read, besides, as my client have mentioned and I have emphasized, because my client, besides a witness, he is a suspect. It's not only the guarantees he has under Rule 151, he has also other guarantees by the law, which we already mentioned, and as a suspect, I consider that he has a right to silent and not answer any question if he wants not to answer. I know that it is his decision, at any time he can change his decision, but my understanding is not only Rule 151, but there are other rules and other rights and obligations which are derived from the law, and my client wants to use it. Thank you.
Mr. Pach, the final question I have for you is to indicate the uniqueness of this witness's testimony as per Rule 151.
Yes, Your Honor. The witness was a subzone and then a zone commander, and as such, he is uniquely placed to provide evidence concerning his direct interactions with members of the KLA General Staff, including the accused throughout the indictment period. There is plenty more I could get into, but I think that's necessary. That suffices for the purposes of establishing the uniqueness as required by the rule.
Thank you, Mr. Pach. Having heard the parties' submissions, including the SBO's ex parte views, the panel finds that in light of the importance of the witness's anticipated evidence, its unique relevance to the case, the limited nature of the possible self-incrimination, and the sufficiency of available protective measures, should they become necessary, the elements listed in Rule 151-2 have been met. The panel therefore compels the witness to testify. Pursuant to Rule 151, Paragraph 3, the panel assures the witness that the evidence provided in response to the relevant questions shall be given in camera and shall not be disclosed in any manner to the public, Kosovo, or any third state, and B, will not be used either directly or indirectly against that person in any subsequent prosecution before the specialist chambers, except under Article 15, Paragraph 2 of the law and Rule 65. In this regard, the panel warns the witness that a refusal to give testimony may be sanctioned by the imposition of a fine. The panel also directs the registry to lift the ex parte status of filing F02653, including any translation thereof. Mr. Prosecutor, we will continue, and we will please close the session for the protection of the witness. Closed session.
Your Honors, we are now in open session. All rise.
Be seated. Back into closed session, please.
Your Honors, we are now in public session.
Thank you. We're adjourned till 11:30.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Into closed session, please, Madam Court Officer.
Your Honors, we're now in public session.
Okay, witness, we are in private public session. That means anybody who's interested in these proceedings who can tune in by computer or by listening to it here in the building, they're going to hear everything that is said unless somebody asks for private session to protect some other witness or to protect somebody. Do you understand that this will all be public?
Po,
Yes.
po.
Yes.
Mr. Botch?
Witness, you told us that you were known as Gazetari, and my question was, could you tell us when you started to be known as Gazetari?
Nuk më kujtohet sa.
I cannot remember exactly.
Do you recall if you were known as Gazetari already in 1998?
Po, në 88.
Yes, I was known as Gazetari in 1998.
To your knowledge, have you ever been known or referred to as Sokoli?
Kam pas shumë.
Yes, there were many pseudonyms. For a short time, there was.
And was Sokoli among the pseudonyms that were used in relation to you?
Po,
Yes.
And was that pseudonym used already in 1998?
nuk e kuptova pyetjen.
I did not quite understand the question.
Sokoli in 1998?
Po, ka qenë
Yes, for a short time, a brief time back then.
You mentioned there were many pseudonyms other than Gazetari and Sokoli. Are there any other names or pseudonyms by which you were referred to?
po ka pas në
Well, there were other ones, in particular when I was fighting against Serbia. There were other pseudonyms that were used against me.
Pseudonyms used in relation to you?
nuk më kujtohen.
I cannot remember them at the moment.
Could you tell us what the LPRK was?
Po kam LPRK.
Well, LPRK means the Popular Movement for the Republic of Kosovo.
And were you ever a member of the LPRK?
Po kam qenë.
Yes, I was.
When did you join?
Po qenë moshën e rinis.
When I was quite young.
And roughly what year would that be?
Nuk e di sakt.
I do not know exactly.
Was it before 1998?
Po, se LPRK.
Well, yes, because the LPRK existed before then.
And did you ever occupy any particular position or role within the LPRK?
Zvicër se kam qenë.
When I was in Switzerland, I was a member of the General Council of the LPRK.
And did the LPRK bear any relation to the LPK?
Ka qenë e njëjta
It was the same organization, if I'm not wrong.
Just a change in name?
Po nuk e di se unë kam
I do not know exactly because at that time I was imprisoned by Serbia.
And to be clear, were you then a member of the LPK?
po, është
Yes, I was. So it was further to my actions against Serbia.
And were you a member of the General Council of the LPRK, of the LPK, or both?
Të LPK-s.
LPK.
Now, was there any connection between the LPK and the KLA?
Po, në atë kohë
Yes, at the time we politically and logistically supported them.
And to your knowledge, was the creation of the KLA discussed within the LPK?
në Këshillin e Përgjithshëm
Not at the General Council.
Other than in the General Council, was the creation of the KLA discussed in any other forum or amongst any other LPK members, to your knowledge?
jo, nuk e di.
No, I do not know about that.
And do you recall having stated that during meetings of the LPK, the idea of the UK as an army fighting the Serbs began to crystallize in 1997?
Po është diskutuar
Yes, it was discussed when we discussed political and logistic or material matters for the KLA, but it wasn't about how it was going to be founded or functioning.
You've mentioned that politically and logistically the LPK supported the KLA. Starting with the political side, can you explain how the LPK politically supported the KLA?
po kryesisht me të
Well, primarily by way of big rallies and through its newspaper, Zëri i Kosovës.
And in terms of logistically, how did the LPK logistically support the KLA?
kjo ka ndodhur në
Well, this happened at the end of 1998 and in 1999.
And what logistical support was provided at this time that you mentioned?
po në 98
In 98-99, it was about material support and logistical support.
What kind of material support? What material?
po ka përmban logjistikë.
Well, everything that logistical means, so uniforms, generally foodstuffs, financial means, etc.
And did you ever join the KLA?
Po,
Yes.
When?
po realisht jam kyçur shumë
I joined quite early, in my opinion. I consider that my political support made me part of it. However, I put on the uniform in 98, if I'm not wrong.
You mentioned the newspaper Zëri i Kosovës. Did you ever work for that newspaper?
po,
Yes.
Capacity.
kam qenë kuadër të redaksionit.
I worked at the editorial board of Zëri Kosova.
And what year or years was that?
Nëse nuk gaboj ka qenë
If I'm not mistaken, this was in 97 and 98.
I'd like to call up 061-394-061-394 alongside the English version, which is the same with -et at the end, and this document is public and can be broadcast. Thank you. If we can at first zoom out so that we can see the entirety of the article. Now, and on the Albanian, we can zoom in a little bit. We don't need to see the bottom part. Yes, that's good enough. Thank you. And witness, do you see two documents on your screen? On the left in Albanian and on the right in English?
Po e shoh para
Yes, I'm seeing it for the first time.
We see that the document refers to Zeri Kosoves, to the 27th of March 1997, and the article that we're zoomed in on now bears the title Recognition of the Military Entity KLA. And if we now can please zoom in to the bottom right part of the current screen, where there's the end of the document, and just down a little bit. Yes, and witness, do you see in the bottom right part of your screen right now, at the end of this first article on this page, we see the initials SH and then Buya. Do you see that?
po.
Yes.
Recall whether you wrote an article titled Recognition of the Military Entity KLA in Zeri?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall it.
It's brief. I'm going to read it out, and you can either listen to the interpretation in Albanian, or if we zoom out a little bit in the Albanian, then the witness can also read from the document itself. Yes, that's good. So I'm reading from the document. In a plenary session held on the 14th of this month, the European Parliament adopted a resolution for Kosovo. I am specifically writing to you about this resolution, not only because a resolution has been issued, because resolutions have been approved before, but because this resolution has its special feature. The special feature of this resolution is that the KLA is included as an entity for the first time in the resolution of a high European forum, not only as an entity, but as a deciding entity. The European Parliament, in this resolution, first of all lays down the reasoning for listing the requests. In its reasoning in point B, it is stated that, quote, since the KLA has commenced a new campaign of killings of the Albanians who are considered collaborators of the Serbian regime and representatives of the Serbian administration, end quote. And it carries on with other reasonings. The European Parliament includes the KLA in the resolution at a time when the, quote, president, unquote, of Kosovo questions its existence and vows that even if such a thing exists, it works to eradicate it at a time when the liberation actions are considered acts of terror, at a time when it declares that there are no collaborators in Kosovo. The European Parliament does not question the existence of the KLA. It does not specify the KLA as terrorist. The Parliament acknowledges the intensification of actions by the KLA against the collaborators of the Serbian regime. The European Parliament, in referral number 2, which is inextricably linked to the reasoning under point B, requests, quote, from all the parties to put an end to all forms of violence and to initiate dialogue, end quote. Therefore, the European Parliament acknowledges the reality that the KLA exists, and not only does it exist, but it is a military entity without which, open brackets, without its political representatives, close brackets, the dialogue cannot take place, without which no decision can be made. The Parliament notices what the, quote, political class, end quote, of Kosovo does not want to see. It notices that two armies of two peoples, one occupied and the other occupying, are in armed conflict, and it urges them to initiate a dialogue. This resolution knocks on the heads of those who have got brains, but who are confused by the Kosovo, quote, political class, end quote, regarding the gifted freedom. The international forums recognize the created reality. They recognize only the freedom gained. And then at the end, as I mentioned, there is SH Buya. Having read or heard the content of the article, do you remember having written something along these lines?
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I don't seem to be able to remember.
Do you remember a European Parliament resolution or referral, as mentioned here, around March of 1997 concerning the KLA?
Nuk mund ta kujtoj sepse
I am not able to remember this because there were many resolutions.
That you remember working for Zeri Kosovis and that you were on the editorial board. We see here that there's your initials at the end of the article. Does that indicate that you are the one who had written that article, your initials at the end of it?
e thashë nuk e di.
I said earlier I don't know.
Differently, you were on the editorial board. Would Zeri Kosovos have published something with your name if you were not the author of it?
Po, zëri Kosovë
Yes, Zeri Kosovës published articles also using pseudonyms.
The article refers to S.H. Buya. Are you aware of any other S.H. Buya working for Zeri Kosovos in March of 1997?
jo.
No.
Your Honor, we seek admission of this article.
Objection?
No objection.
No objection named. 061394 to 061394 in English and Albanian is admitted.
Your Honor, the document will receive exhibit number P01811, classification legal workflows as confidential, but my understanding is that it can be public.
Yes, public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you.
We can take this document down. And witness, I apologize, some of the next questions may be a little bit repetitive of what was discussed earlier today, but because we're now in open session and we're, let's say, proceeding differently, I'm going to ask some of them again. And my next question is, had you heard about the KLA general staff in March of 1998?
Jo, në atë kohë.
No, not at the time.
Do you recall having stated in your prior testimony that you were informed of them in March of 1998 because KLA general staff communiques were being published?
Më kujtohet se nuk është qujtë.
As I remember, it was not referred to as the general staff. In their public communiques, they were referred to it, if I'm not mistaken, as the central staff.
And then do I understand you to be saying that you recall communiques as early as March 1998 referring to a KLA central staff?
Për marrë se di, po komunikat.
I don't know about March, but with respect to communiques, this is how they were published.
Do you recall coming across any communiques from the KLA while you were still in Switzerland?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall now.
The judges, were you aware when Adem Yashari was killed in March of '98?
If you're referring to the country, I was in Switzerland.
How long after that event, the killing of Adem Yashari, did you remain in Switzerland?
I do not know exactly, but several days.
And where did you go after you left Switzerland?
To Albania.
And do you recall how long you spent in Albania on that particular occasion? How many days or weeks?
This was a long time ago. I wouldn't know, 2-3 days or more. It's been a long time for me to be able to remember.
And after you were in Switzerland and then in Albania, where did you go next?
From Albania to Kosovo.
And did you go to Kosovo alone or with other people?
We were a group of friends.
How many people were in this group, roughly, if you remember?
I don't recall exactly the number, but around 30.
Do you recall the names of anyone who was in this group with you going into Kosovo?
Some of them are now martyrs. Femila Thaçi, Jev, Abe.
And you mentioned, I believe, Jev. Could you give us the full name for that person?
Jev Ladrozi.
And you also mentioned Abi. Who is that?
I learned later that he was Bekim Berisha.
Was Hashim Thaçi among these group of people that went into Kosovo with you?
Yes, we entered together.
Really among this group?
I don't remember.
Do you know what the roles of the people who entered Kosovo with you were at the time?
At the time, we all entered as soldiers.
Do you recall having previously stated that some of the group entered as members of the KLA main headquarters?
At the time, I did not know the members of the general staff.
Your Honor, with your authorization, I'd like to seek to refresh the witness's recollection by references to a prior statement.
You may have it.
This is SITF 00223935-00223961. And we'll look at page 223937. The Albanian is the same ERN with -ET-80 and the same page number. Now, witness, you actually have seen this document earlier today, including this passage, if I'm not mistaken, but I will read to you again from it, and then I have a question. And to situate you, this is your 2001 statement to the ICTY. And I'm reading from the paragraph that starts, Adem Yashari. Adem Yashari was killed on 5th March 1998 in Prekase village in Skenderay, Srebrenica municipality, and that effectively spread the war to a larger area in Kosovo. The organization in Switzerland, named the LPK, Kosovo National Movement, was informed by the KLA main HQ in Kosovo about the killings. And in March 1998, Hashim Thaçi and I, together with 27 other men and one woman, entered Kosovo through the border at the village of Vlan in the north of Albania. We were armed and on foot. We went there as soldiers except Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, who were members of the KLA main HQ in Kosovo. My first question, witnesses, earlier you said you could not remember whether Kadri Veseli was in the group. In this statement you mentioned that he was. Do you recall whether that is correct, that Kadri Veseli was in the group that entered with you to Kosovo?
Thash nuk më kujtohet.
As I said, I don't recall because we were many people at the border in Albania, amongst them Azem Sylla, Dem Grabovci, and others. Therefore, I don't remember with whom exactly I entered into Kosovo.
Turning to the last sentence that I read to you, we went there as soldiers except Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, who were members of the KLA main HQ in Kosovo. Do you recall having stated that to the ICTY in 2001 or at any other time?
Objection. And if we could ask the witness be excused. I don't want to make the objection in his presence.
Please take the witness out of the courtroom.
Yes, public session's fine. Mr. President, I object because this is not a prior inconsistent statement. The question that was originally posed was, do you recall having previously stated that some of the group entered as members of the KLA main headquarters, and his answer was, at the time, I did not know the members of the general staff. And this passage doesn't suggest that he knew at the time, and so I don't think it's inconsistent, and it shouldn't have been put to him like this. He should have asked the question originally, did you know or did you learn it later? And if he said, I learned later, then this would not be inconsistent.
Certainly, you can certainly bring that up on cross-examination.
Okay, but just in terms of going forward, the proposition should be put to him as it will be put to him in the statement and not something that's actually potentially consistent with what he said. Thank you. I asked him to be excused just so I wouldn't be accused of coaching the witness, but yeah.
I appreciate you doing that. It's perfectly all right. I don't necessarily agree with you based upon the questions that are asked and answered, but as I said, you can cross-examine him on it. We'll overrule your objection at this time. You can bring the witness back in. You may proceed, Mr. Potch.
Thank you, Your Honor. And witness, my question was whether you recall telling the ICTY in 2001 or at any other time that you and other soldiers, you and others went to Kosovo as soldiers except Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, who were members of the KLA main HQ in Kosovo. Do you recall having made that assertion before?
Please, I also mentioned in the Limay trial. And this is the reason why I asked for time to look into the statements, because at that time we were also influenced by the daily propaganda and people claiming to have certain roles. However, I repeat that at the time we didn't know about Mr. Thaçi or Kadri Veseli or the other members of the General Staff, who they were. They were operating in secret at the time, and we could only assume, but we did not know their positions.
Did you assume that was the position of Mr. Thaçi and Mr. Veseli at the time, that they were members of the KLA main headquarters?
At the time, I did not assume this. We were more influenced through the statements given after the war.
And then could I ask you to explain to the judges why this statement records you as having asserted that when you went to Kosovo, you and others went as soldiers, except Hashim Thaçi and Kadri Veseli, who were members of the KLA main HQ in Kosovo?
I do not know the entire reason, however, this is more the influence of what was said after the war. So it was not part of the issues or topics discussed in relation to the accused at the time.
In the statement, it refers to Kadri Veseli being a member of that group. Earlier, you said you could not remember. Does this refresh your recollection? Do you now remember that Kadri Veseli was, as you said in 2001, in the group that crossed with you into Kosovo?
I am not able to remember. This was a long time ago.
And at the bottom of the page in English, which is on the right-hand side of your screen, on the left corner of that, we see a signature. Is that your signature above the word witness?
It seems to be mine, yes.
In both documents to page 960, the penultimate page, once again. And does the signature on this page, it's in the English version on the right, appear to be yours, witness?
Yes.
And we see above that signature the following words: "The statement, consisting of 27 pages, has been read over to me in the Albanian language and is true to the best of my knowledge and recollection. I have given this statement voluntarily and am aware that it may be used in legal proceedings before the International Criminal Tribunal for the prosecution of persons responsible for serious violations of international law committed in the territory of the former Yugoslavia since 1991, and that I may be called to give evidence in public before the tribunal. Do you recall, witness, that the statement was read back to you in the Albanian language and that you signed that it was true to the best of your knowledge and recollection at the time?"
Yes, I remember that it was read back to me.
And could you tell the judges whether at the time you provided the statement, 2001, you were being truthful in the information that you provided?
Pune kam thënë deklarat më saktë.
That is mentioned also in the statement. To my recollection and my knowledge, I gave this statement and signed it.
I'm asking you to confirm today to the judges that you're before whether when you gave the statement in 2001, you were being truthful.
Po, në atë kohë
Yes, at the time I thought this was truthful.
And we can take the documents down. Thank you. And witness, do you recall whether Hashim Thaçi was an LPK member at the time you left from Switzerland and then went into Kosovo?
mu nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall that he was a member of the LPK.
Do you recall having said in your 2003 interview at the ICTY that Hashim Thaçi used to be an LPK member but not a high-ranking official of the party in 1997?
Nuk më kujtohet.
I don't recall. This was a long time ago.
Did you tell the judges why you decided to go back to Kosovo?
Realisht unë kam qenë insistuar.
I actually insisted to return to Kosovo even before that time. I discussed this matter also in the political organization called LPK, and my return to Kosovo was no surprise to no one because I insisted on that. After the killing of Adem Yashari and the killing of his family members, I insisted to return to Kosovo, and I was informed that there were other people who were also interested to return to Kosovo.
Who informed you about the other people who were also interested to return to Kosovo?
Po realisht
Well, we discussed at length the members of the General Council of the LPK, but following the killing of Adem Yashari, we met a lot of people in a rally we had, if I'm not wrong.
Did you have any conversations with Hashim Thaçi about going to Kosovo at the time?
kam pas më shumë.
I had conversations with many, Azam Sula, Hashim Thaçi, Adem Grabovci, if I'm not wrong, my brother too, Agus Buya. So there was this conversation with a lot of people, like how to return and who can make it easier.
And do you recall whether anyone asked you or assigned you to go to Kosovo?
Nuk ka pas që na ka thonë.
It's not as if anybody said that. I myself knew that I would return to Kosovo as fast as I could, and this is what basically made me say to others that why don't you go to Kosovo, and that's how I knew that there were others going to Kosovo too.
Had the KLA's general headquarters assigned you to return to Kosovo?
Edhe një herë se
Could you repeat the question, please?
Had the KLA general headquarters assigned you to return to Kosovo?
Faktiskt thirrja vet
Actually, it was a calling in itself. It was basically the legendary commander Adem Yashari. But of course, one discussed this, and a lot of people were saying, because we didn't know who was a member of the central headquarters, there were words that the KLA needs people to return, people who are ready and willing to join them.
And could you tell us where you went once you entered Kosovo?
in Kosovo kemi hyrë
And Kosovo went through the mountains, through the tracks, basically, in the mountains. And if I'm not wrong, we arrived in Dukajin.
And do you recall how long you spent in Dukajin at that time?
nuk e di, është kohë
I do not know. It's been so much time since then. It could have been 2 nights or even more. That's how long the journey took. And in Dukajin, we spent several days, but I do not know exactly.
And just to be clear, this is all in March of 1998?
po, periudhë.
Yes, that was the time when I returned.
Do you recall who you were in Dukajin with at that time?
Më falë, edhe një herë
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question? I do have some problems with my hearing.
në Dukajin kemi qenë
In Dukajin, it was the majority of the group I entered Kosovo with.
Do you recall any names of the persons that were there with you in Dukajin?
kjo është vështirë me iku.
That's difficult to remember all the names, that is. But Bekim Berisha was there, I know that. And he was the one who first called me, if I'm not wrong, with the pseudonym of Gazetari. There were also others who were already in Kosovo, but I did not know their names at the time.
Do you recall where in Dukajin you spent 2 or more days or nights?
Jo, nuk më kujt.
No, I cannot remember.
And in the time that you spent in Dukajin at this time, did you discuss anything of relevance to the KLA with anybody there?
Nuk më kujtohet
I cannot remember. I remember that we discussed things other than the number of munitions we were carrying on our backs ourselves, because we were quite heavily armed.
And you mentioned, I believe, that the majority of the group that crossed with you was in Dukajin. Was Hashim Thaçi among those that were in Dukajin with you at the time?
po ishim komplet.
Yes, the whole group.
And do you recall having any conversations with Hashim Thaçi during the time that you spent in Dukajin to get there?
Po kemi pas bisedë.
Well, we had discussions. I don't remember anything specific or of relevance, but the whole group discussed things.
In general, what things did the whole group discuss?
Po më shumë se
Well, mostly how we would, what sort of journey we would take, and then during the stay in Dukajin, we were talking about how we were going to go to Drenica, because at the time there were lots of thoughts going on in our head, and we knew we had to go to Drenica because of the fighting taking place there, but these were the types of topics, more or less.
And following your stay in Dukajin, did you eventually go to Drenica?
po kemi
Yes, indeed, we went to Drenica.
Was that the next place you went after Dukajin, or was there somewhere in between that you stayed?
nëse nuk gaboj prej
If I'm not mistaken, we went to Drenica from Dukajin.
Where in Drenica did you go?
në një fshat
To a small village in Thaçi. At least that's where I went.
And how long did you spend in Thaçi?
nuk e di saktë.
I do not know exactly how many days.
Do you recall whether it was a matter of a few days, weeks, months?
Jo, disa ditë nuk kanë qenë.
No, several days, not weeks.
And did you participate in any discussions about the KLA while you were based in Thaçi?
Po kemi pas biseda.
Yes, we had conversations. Fehmi Ladrovci and I spent the night, for instance, at somebody's home, and yes, we did talk.
What did you and Femila Drafti talk about at this time in Thaçi?
Po realisht neve na duke
Well, actually, we thought the situation was serious, that of the soldiers of the KLA. We didn't feel like there were a lot of KLA soldiers. These were the first impressions. So these were mostly discussions as to what our liberation war, how it would go.
And other than with Femila Drafti, at this time when you were based in Thaçi, did you discuss these matters with anybody else?
po edhe më shumë.
Yes, with many others. We discussed with many others. I cannot remember all of them, but the one closest to me was Halim Bayrami, for instance.
At this time when you were in Thaçi, did you discuss matters to do with the KLA with Hashim Thaçi?
Edhe një herë.
Once again, the question, please.
While you were based in Thaçi, did you discuss matters to do with the KLA with Hashim Thaçi?
Po kemi biseduar.
Yes, I discussed things with Hashim Thaçi too, as well as others who were present.
Did you have discussions of this nature at that time with Fatmir Limay?
Po ka qenë edhe.
Yes, Fatmir Limay was there. Ismet Yashari too from Kumanova, so as well as others.
Did you have such discussions at the time with Agim Bayrami?
Me Agim Bayramin edhe kam udhëtuar edhe.
I traveled with Agim Bayrami later on too, and we actually were in prison together, so we've had lengthy conversations together of prison and then actions.
And at that time, while you were based in Thaçi, did you discuss matters to do with the KLA with Recep Salimi?
Nuk e di.
I do not know. I cannot recall.
Do you know whether Recep Salimi was known by any other names or pseudonyms or nicknames at the time around March of '98?
Nuk e di.
I do not know. Actually, I got to know Recep Salimi by his name and surname later on after the war.
Did you know him by any name or pseudonym during the war?
Gjatë luftës
During the war, the majority of us had pseudonyms, so I do not remember exactly.
Have you ever heard of Recep Salimi being referred to as Dieci or number 10?
po ka pas
Yes, there were persons who people referred to by their pseudonyms, and Dietri was one of them.
And to your knowledge, was Recep Salimi one of the persons known as Dieci?
pas luftës të shtonë që
After the war, people said that Recep Salimi's pseudonym was Dietri, but when I was there in Thaçi and on the ground, I did not recognize Recep Salimi neither by name or surname, and I do not recall his pseudonym being Dietri.
Do you recall having told the ICTY during your testimony that you met someone known as Thaçi, and you later learned that this person's name was Recep Salimi?
Nuk po më kujtohet.
I cannot remember actually, but after the war, people said that Recep Salimi's pseudonym was Thaçi.
And did you see Recep Salimi, whether you knew him as Recep Salimi or Thaçi, in or around Thaçi when you were based there?
Në atë kohë se kam
No, I didn't know who Recep Salimi or Thaçi was at the time. So meeting Recep Salimi came much later on. If I'm not wrong, it was after December 1998.
Your Honor, I'd like to, for now, seek to refresh the witness's recollection by reference to a prior statement.
Yes, you may go ahead.
And I'd like to call up IT 0366 T3686-T3760, Core Interp, page 71, and I'll read from line 15 until page 72, line 10. In Albanian, that is IT 0366 2005-0303, Part 3, TR-AT, page 12, lines 4 to 25. Now, witness, before I refer you to the specific paragraph, which I will read from, and you can either listen to the interpretation or read in Albanian, this is, as I mentioned earlier, from your 2005 ICTY testimony in the Limay case. Could you tell the judges whether, when you testified in those proceedings, you were being truthful in the information and answers you provided?
po më sa kom.
Yes, well, whatever I could recall, and to the best of my knowledge, I told the truth.
I'm going to read and then I'll have some questions. Question. Aside from the people you've mentioned that were part of the group that you crossed the border with, were there other people who were based in Drenica who had been there before you arrived that you met with? Answer, yes. There was a smaller part of soldiers who I saw when I arrived in Drenica. Question. Do you remember any of their names? Answer, no, because I couldn't know them by name, and it was illogical for me to ask them for their names. Question. Well, how about pseudonyms? Do you know any of their pseudonyms? Answer, no, because I didn't ask. There was no need for me to ask them, with the exception of one pseudonym, Thaçi, meaning number 10. Question. Did you ever learn the name of this person, Thaçi, or number 10? Answer. Yes. Later I did learn the name of number 10. His name was Recep Salimi. Question. Where was Recep Salimi based when you arrived there in March of 1998? Answer. I don't know where he was based, but I know that we met in the area I mentioned earlier, Thaçi, Likots, or some other village, which I can't name now. Now, witness, as we see here, you testified under oath that you met Recep Salimi around the time or around the area of Thaçi, Likots, or there. Does that refresh your recollection that you did meet Recep Salimi in that area at that time discussed?
Po, unë kam.
Yes, and as I said earlier, I knew him as Thaçi. He was first introduced to me as Thaçi, but I didn't know who he was. Later on, I understood him to be Recep Salimi. This was after December 1998 or after the war. So I didn't know that Recep Salimi used the pseudonym of Thaçi.
So just to make sure I'm understanding, is it correct then that in around March of 98, you met somebody named Thaçi around the Thaçi Likot area in Drenica, and then later you understood that the person, Thaçi, was Recep Selimi?
Well, yes, actually I met Thaçi. So, and as I've stated here, but whether Thaçi at the time was Recep Selimi, I do not know. But I know that later on he used the pseudonym Thaçi.
Mr. Pouch, just for planning purposes, we'll take a 15-minute break at 3 o'clock.
Understood. And witness, did you discuss with this person known to you at the time around March 98 as Thaçi anything to do with the organization of the KLA?
I cannot remember discussing that with him.
And we can, with Your Honor, with your leave, we can, I'd seek to refresh from the same page that's on our screen now.
Yes, you may go ahead.
And so we're at page 72, and I'm going to read from line 23 until page 73, line 11, in Albanian. That's already on our screen, from page 13, line 15, to page 14, line 3. Now, witness, once again, I'm going to read, and then I have some questions. You can either follow from the interpretation or read in Albanian. Question: did you learn if he had any contacts with the general staff of the KLA, any communication with the general staff? I don't know about Recep Selimi, but in talks with Hashim Thaçi, I found out he had contacts with the general staff. At least this is what he said. Question: now, what happened after these discussions that lasted, I believe you testified, for 3 or 4 days? What's the next thing that happened? Answer: I didn't say they lasted 3-4 days. I said that during these 3-4 days, we held talks, some once or twice with Hashim Thaçi, once with Thaçi, number 10. And from the very first meeting, I asked to be sent in the direction of the place where I was born, which I knew better, whose people I was familiar with, that is, in Lipjan and Shtima municipality. Now, witness, my question is here, as you can see in the transcript from your 2005 testimony under oath, you said that you spoke during the 3 or 4 days mentioned here, once or twice with Hashim Thaçi and once with Thaçi, number 10. Do you recall having stated that?
Yes, I recall it, rather I see it.
And you said you recall it, rather you see it. Do you recall that that is correct, that you spoke to Hashim Thaçi and Thaçi about the matters that we've been talking about?
As I said, we held talks with a lot of people for 3 to 4 days, but the lengthiest ones were with Agim Bayrami. Of course, I had discussions with other friends I entered Kosovo with, including those in uniform, KLA uniform.
Specifically about conversations with Hashim Thaçi and Thaçi. Do you recall having conversations with both of those people at the time?
I remember conversations with Hashim Thaçi. I do not remember conversations with Thaçi.
We can take the statement down. Your Honor said 3 o'clock for a break, right? 3 o'clock for the break? Witness, could you tell us what you did after your stay in Thaçi?
After the conversations which we had, we were informed that there are no actions in the communes or municipalities I knew, such as Lipjan, for instance, because I come from the village of Pujan, So I asked to start off getting there, to organize things if nothing was organized. And according to the conversations there, I was told that no organizations had been made, so I started off with Agim Bayrami to go there, and as I said, he was a friend of mine, to go there so that we could start with the organization of the first units of the KLA there.
And who was it that informed you about the fact that there were no actions in Libyan, for example?
Well, publicly, one could not see any actions in Stima or Libyan, but also with the conversations we had with the KLA soldiers in Thaçi, in the region we were in, it was clear that there wasn't any organization there, and that is why my wish was to go to a territory I knew well, the people of whom I knew well, so that I could organize the war of the KLA.
Had anyone asked or ordered you to go into these other areas?
In the Rural Procurer, not.
Honorable Prosecutor, we were all volunteers back then. If somebody would say it was an order, then of course we would have laughed with him. There were no orders at the time. Back then, we just discussed things with each other and agreed, like, I will go here because I know the area better and the people there better. So these were the very beginnings of the organization of the KLA.
And do you recall any orders, or if not orders, any instructions in 1998, written or oral, to recruit KLA soldiers?
Nothing in writing, actually, other than the public communiques, but instructions in writing, I do not know of any. No oral ones either. It was mostly conversations. We tried to organize ourselves in guerrilla groups, and for each of us, where we could go, the areas we knew best and the people we knew best, and everything was done on a voluntary basis.
You mentioned communiques. What, if anything, did the communiques say about the matter that I've been asking you, which is orders or instructions to recruit KLA soldiers?
The communiques primarily concentrated on the fighting with the occupying Serb forces and the KLA, if there was fighting between the two. So these were mostly the communiques that we saw in the press, but also through the daily press in Kosovo, as well as through the weekly press in the Zëri Kosovës.
Do you recall telling the ICTY in 2003 or at any other time that an order for you to go to your area was conveyed to you by Hashim Thaçi?
I do not recall that. It could be something mistaken in terms of the statement, but we didn't have orders back then. We just decided ourselves, and we would tell people, I think I should go here because I know the territory much better and the people there.
And do you recall telling the ICTY in 2001 that you and others went away from where you were based in Drenica initially by orders of the KLA main headquarters to recruit for the war in these other areas?
I cannot recall, no.
Your Honor, I'd like to try to refresh the witness's recollection by reference to a prior statement with your leave.
Go ahead.
If we can call up the 2001 ICTY statement, which is SITF 00223935-00223961, and we'll look at the page SITF 00223938, side by side with the Albanian version, which is the same ERN and same page with dash 80. No, I'll start reading from the top of the page in both, I believe. Yes. And witness, once again, this is from your 2001 statement, the one we looked at before. I will read and then ask you a question before the break. When we arrived in Drenica Valley from Vlan in March 1998, 5 of our units separated, namely Agam Bayrami, Ismet Yashari, Haji Shala, nicknamed Topi, myself, and Fatmir Limay, 34 years, nicknamed Cheliku, from Banya, in the municipality of Malishev. He was in charge of this unit. We separated by the order of the KLA main HQ to go and recruit for the war in other areas. We had to organize units in Shtime, Malishev, and Ranse, in Shtime municipality and Ferizai, the biggest towns in the area. We had a designated territory to deal with the military structure, which was later referred to as the Pastrik and the Neredim zones. They were separate and operated according to their AORs, areas of responsibility. Witness, do you recall having said this to the ICTY in 2001, in particular that this was done by the order of the KLA main HQ?
Yes, I remember, but actually I didn't see an order of the KLA staff.
And you're saying you didn't see the order. Did you learn about this order in some other way?
No, there were no orders back then. Nobody issued orders, neither in writing nor orally.
And then, still on the same page, we see Hashim Thaçi ordered the recruitment campaign. He received it from the KLA General Commander, whom we did not know at the time. Do you recall saying that?
I do not recall that. Azam Sula was known as being the general commander later on, much later on, but not to have received any orders from him.
To the judges, why your 2001 ICTY statement says Hashim Thaçi ordered the recruitment campaign. He received it from the KLA General Commander, whom we did not know at the time.
Perhaps it wasn't the weight of these statements, and perhaps I wasn't as careful back then. Mostly I put it in an organizational manner, although there were no orders back then. And actually, I did not know Hashim Thaçi as a member of the central staff, and neither did I know the general commander. We were simply fellow fighters who entered Kosovo together, and we agreed with each other about the duties, the tasks, so I will go here and organize the fight of the KLA war effort here and there, because I know that place better, and we were all volunteers.
To break.
Witness, we'll give you a 15-minute break. We'll come back to the courtroom at 3:15. You may leave the courtroom with the court attendant. Please do not discuss your testimony with anyone outside of the courtroom. We're adjourned until 3:15.
All rise. All rise.
Be seated. Madam Usher, you can bring the witness in.
Your Honour, if I can just take up 1 minute briefly, because while the witness is coming in, we just have a very quick request for a short extension of time on a defence response to a 154 motion. It's F2682. We've checked with the prosecution. They don't oppose. The 154 motion has a 10-day response deadline. The notification has a 7-day response deadline, which means they fall on separate days. So we're just seeking to extend the 7-day to a 10-day. For that's F2682.
There being no objection, it's granted.
Much obliged. Thank you, Your Honour.
All right, Mr. Bouya, we continue with your questions from the SPO. Please give them your attention.
And witness, just before the break, we're looking at the document that's still on your screen, and that is from your 2001 ICTY statement. I'd now like to call up your 2002 ICTY testimony, and that is SITF 00223632 00223747, and in the English we'll go at page SITF 00223737 lines 6 to 11, which in Albanian is in IT 0254 2002 0605 part 3 TR 80 page 32 lines 10 to 19. And while the document is coming on the screen, witness, I don't think, I may be mistaken, but I don't think I referred you to these specific proceedings before. And that was your testimony in the Milosevic case in 2002. Do you recall taking part as a witness in those proceedings?
Yes, I do.
And do you recall that you provided testimony under oath at that time?
Yes.
Were you being truthful in the information and answers that you provided in those proceedings?
I didn't understand the question.
Did you tell the truth when you testified in that case?
Yes, I tried to tell the whole truth.
And I apologize, in English I think I want to go from a line above, line 4, so we can scroll up a little bit. Yes, that's where I'm reading from. In the English and the Albanian, it should be lines 10 to 19. Yes. So witness, once again, I'm going to read. You can listen to the interpretation or read in Albanian, and then I have a question for you. Question. In March 1998, on orders from what you call the main headquarters, you went to recruit people for the war. Is that right? Answer: yes. Based on the orders of the General Staff, I was tasked with the beginning of the organization of units to prepare for an armed war. Question: and you personally had to organize units in Shtimye, Malishev, Rant, and Urashevach. Is that right? Answer: yes. And the first unit was set up and they began operating and organized other units in this way. Witness: is it correct, as you say here, that based on the orders of the General Staff, you were tasked with the beginning of the organization of units to prepare for an armed war?
This is how we presented it at that time, because the weight of the evidence or the purpose of the evidence was different. In 2001, there was a lot of discussions about the General Staff, and so at that time I fell prey of the general propaganda to raise the profile of the political figures. However, this was an agreement we had, and later on we learned that these were members of the General Staff, meaning after December. So all these circumstances influenced my statement. I did not really comprehend probably the entirety of the impact of my statement because I did not have an attorney to consult with or to get advice from as to my statement in relation to the Kosovo Liberation Army and its leaders.
Witness, to be clear, this is your testimony under oath in the Milosevic proceedings, and this is a record of what you are asked and answered. And I'd like to try to clarify something you said in your response, which is you mentioned an agreement that you had, and later on you learned these were members of the General Staff after December. What agreement are you referring to?
We agreed, we agreed as to who would go where to organize the units. In this statement, I notice another mistake, which is that I personally did not organize things in Malishev. In Shtimye, Rans, Rahovets, yes, but not in Malishev. I was not involved in the organization of the units. I was not sufficiently focused on the statement on this aspect. I gave a statement on the Kosovo Liberation Army in general, and this was related to the charges raised against Slobodan Milosevic.
And who did you have this agreement with, the agreement for you to go and to, as it says here, begin the organization of units to prepare for an armed war?
With friends and comrades that joined the fighting with me. I had discussions with Emila Durovci, but in particular this was about the areas where I knew people. Agim Bayrami, Emri Laizi, later on, Commander Ferry. So Shtimye, Ferizai, Kachanik area where I was mostly concentrated, and I also knew the territory in Libyan.
On this topic, excerpts from your 2001 ICTY statement, your 2002 ICTY testimony, and I would next like to take you to your 2003 ICTY interview, and that is IT 0366 P160 TRET, and I will read from page 28, line 1, until page 29, line 2. In Albanian, that will be in IT 0366 P160 TRAT, page 27, line 12, to page 28, line 17.
Mr. President, I'm going
Yes.
to make an objection, and again, I need the witness to leave the room.
All right, please take the witness out.
Yes, Mr. President, my objection is that the prosecutor said that he would stop at page 28, line 17 of this statement. And I believe to put it in the proper context and let the witness know the full statement, he should continue on into page 31, by which the witness, 30 to 31, where the witness says, right, it was sort of an independent judgment, I think, in terms of because nobody could order you go there and do this since the situation was the way it was. But you'd rather think that let's, for example, Mula Pulse is the best way, which house is safer because of the security reason, and then you relate this fact to the other person. So in the same statement, he says, nobody could order you to go. And in light of the panel's earlier ruling that for purposes of 143, statement means the entire statement, in this context, our position is that at least here, the entire portion of the statement related to this issue should be put to him and not
Any
mislead
objection to
him.
reading the entire statement, Mr. Patch?
And otherwise, it's misleading.
Your Honor, I can't follow. The pages and lines that counsel referred to are not the ones I refer to, neither is the subject matter, from what I recall, so I don't know what happened there. Certainly after I read, if counsel still has an objection that something else should be put, they can put it, but I'm not able to follow what is being referred to.
I was on my feet because the portion of the transcript that you indicated you would read out contains a statement that says, and then an order was issued. So if that's going to be read out, then I think it should continue on, because then it clarifies it and says it was sort of an independent judgment, I think, because there's a follow-up question asking him about the order, and he says, well, it was sort of an independent judgment, I think, in terms of because nobody could order you go there and do this. So it's misleading to say to the witness that he said it was an order without putting the entire passage to him, is my
Well,
objection.
normally you would do that in cross-examination.
I can do that, but it can't be also put in a misleading manner to make the witness think he said,
I don't know that it's misleading, but it might not be complete.
well, if it's incomplete, then
I will ask again, Mr. Patch, do you have any objection to reading the entire passage?
If you can bear with me for a moment, Your Honor, I'm trying to find what counsel is referring to, and I also want to make sure I didn't give an incorrect reference. Perhaps that caused confusion.
perhaps I'm mistaken, but I thought we were talking about the 2003 state interview in the Limai case.
Well, I don't know about it being in the Lima case, but it's a 2003 interview. I did misspeak. I will be reading from page 29, line 1, not page 28, as I initially said. So I'm going to start from OK did when you arrived in Dranitsa, and then I'm going to go on to page 30, line 2.
Yes, and that's exactly my objection. So if you look there at line 8 of page 29, it says, and then an order was issued. And then you're going to stop at page 30, line 2, the orders, but who conveyed these orders for me was Hashim Thaçi. But if you go to the bottom of that same page, 30, because he's asked, okay, I want to clarify a little bit. Were this group that was then led by Fatmir Limai, were you assigned to a certain area to go there and start establishing whatever was needed? Is this correct? And he says, right. It was sort of an independent judgment, I think, in terms of because nobody could order you go there and do this since the situation was the way it was. So that my submission is that the entirety of page 30 should be read to him as well as through line 5 of 31 so that he's not misled as to what he actually said to the OTP in 2003.
Yes, Your Honor, we do object to that. That is, as you said, something classical that would be taken up on cross-examination. I cannot have the portions I put to the witness dictated by defense counsel, and in our submissions what we're putting is very fair. It is questions and answers by the witness, which are repetitive of questions and answers we've seen in prior statements.
I think we've had multiple occasions during this trial where we've been told it's misleading and an entire portion of a passage should be read to a witness so he understands the context, and that's my objection here as well.
Okay, thank you. Your objection's overruled. You can raise that on cross. Go ahead. Bring the witness in.
Thank you, Your Honor. And just to repeat it again, I'll be reading from the English, page 29, line 1, till page 30, line 2. Witness, just to remind you, this is an excerpt from your 2003 interview with the ICTY, and I'm going to read some questions and answers, and then I'll ask you a question myself. Question. Okay. When you arrived in Drenica, was the group of 30 persons still together? Is that correct? Answer. Yes. There were 30 members of the group till the arrival in Drenica. In Drenica, we were assigned to private houses. On our arrival there, we were assigned to private houses. We spent days there. I don't know how many days, but stayed definitely for several days. And then an order was issued. We had to go to this area, including Malishev, Suharek, the interpreter, and the other names of places I can't, the witness. So it was about the area outside Drenica. In question. Okay, during the time in Drenica, were you informed about the organization and the vision of the KLA at the time? Answer. No, we had no opportunity, no possibility to get informed. At that time, the UCK had a very limited scope of activity, but I'm by nature not curious. As a person who has been in prison, I knew from my experience that. Question. Who was the one who'd given the order for you to go to this area? Answer. Well, I don't know who was the person that issued the orders, but who conveyed these orders for me was Hashim Thaçi. Witness, is what you said here to the ICTY in 2003 correct?
If this is a statement given to the prosecutor and not in court, I don't remember, but when I gave my statement to the prosecutor, I made a number of remarks.
That's not my question at all. My question is whether what I read to you here is correct or not.
I don't remember.
To be clear, you don't remember whether what you said was correct, or you don't remember the information and the questions and answers I read out to you?
I don't remember having stated these things.
And I'd next like to go to the 2005 testimony in Limay, and that's at IT 0366 T3686-T3760 core interp, and there we'll read from page 73, lines 12 to 25, which in Albanian is IT 0366 2005-0303, part 3, TR 80, and there it's page 14, lines 4 to 19. Thank you, witness, once again. Now we're back at your 2005 testimony in the Limay case. I will read, and again, I have some questions for you. Question. And after those 3 or 4 days, were you sent there? Answer. After 3-4 days, we did leave in the direction of the municipalities that we thought of organizing the guerrilla units. Question. But my question is, were you? You said that you asked to go to that area where you were born. After you asked to go, were you sent there? Were you told to go there? Answer. Yes, they approved it. Hashim Thaçi approved my proposal to be engaged in the military organization, to start organizing a guerrilla unit in the place I knew well. Question. Were you told specifically what areas you should organize guerrilla units? Answer. No. It was my request, as I said, that was approved by Hashim Thaçi to go to the area which I knew. At the time, we couldn't define the operational zones. Witness, is it correct, as you said here, that it was your request that was approved by Hashim Thaçi to go to the areas that you knew?
Yes, it was approved by Hashim Thaçi and by the other comrades. I'm referring here to the group of people I was with when I asked to go to the territory that was known to me. This was approved by everyone present, including Hashim Thaçi.
Explain to the judges why, in this answer that I just read out from your prior testimony and earlier answers we looked at, you specifically mentioned Hashim Thaçi, but you did not refer to others. Is there a reason for that?
I said Hashim Thaçi agreed also because I knew Hashim Thaçi by name and surname. I did not know the others' names.
Then who are these others that agreed to this? If you don't know their names, if you can identify them by their pseudonyms or any other manner you're able to.
I don't remember them now, but I've said it very clearly in my statement. Hashim Thaçi also agreed, meaning the other people present agreed to. Most probably Femila Drossi was present there because he was in the meeting. Bekim Berisha might have been present as well. I don't know.
And witness, after these discussions that you had and in relation to you going to set up units, did you go somewhere after Thaçi and start setting up any KLA units or organizing them?
Yes. I went in Shtemen Lipian municipality voluntarily. The place where this was set up was Shtemen municipality.
So we can take the document down for now. And witness, when you went to Shtemen Lipian, did you go alone from Thaçi or from the Drenica area where you were staying, or did you go with others?
I've said it before and I say it publicly that I always considered Fatmir Lima as my first commander, although he was not a commander, in fact. I've always said publicly that despite the fact that he was not my first commander, I viewed him as such. Then I went with Agim Bayrami in the territory of Shtime and Kachanik.
In case there was any miscommunication, witness, I want to make it clear, I did not mention Fatmir Lima at all in my question, but I see that you've said that you went with Agim Bayrami in the territory of Shtime and Kachanik. Did Fatmir Lima join you in that? Could you clarify why you refer to Fatmir Lima in this context?
In the sense of the absence of the organizational structure, I said that I viewed Fatmir Lima as my first commander, who in fact was not. So this is what I meant. Secondly, the territory I asked to go to, Shtime, Lipian, Kachanik, initially were only myself and Nagim Bayram. At a later stage, Commander Feli also joined.
And so Agim Bayram and yourself had areas to organize. Was there anybody else around this time who was meant to go to organize certain other areas, to your knowledge?
Unë kam marrë përgjegjësinë.
I took the responsibility myself to set up a unit in Libyan and Shtime. Agim Bayrami organized the guerrilla unit in Kachanik. At a later stage, Imri Thaçi, who entered Kosovo later on, went on with the organization of other units.
And did Fatmir Limay go to any particular location to set up any units at this time or around this time?
Jo, ai u ndal në
No, he stopped halfway in the village of Kleshk, if I'm not mistaken.
And you say he stopped halfway, does that mean you were with him until Kletsk and then you were without him?
jo,
No. If I'm not mistaken, if my memory doesn't fail me, this was a village in Malisheva area. I think it was Pagarush. That is the place when we separated from Fatmir Limay and Commander Topi Haji Shala.
And witness, do you recall whether these other people, like Agim Bayrami, who went on to try to set up units, did they receive any orders or instructions from anyone to do so?
jo, realisht
No. Agim Bayrami took this responsibility himself to set up a unit in Kachanik because he was from the town of Kachanik. I took the responsibility to set up such units in Shtime and Libyan because I knew the people. I was from the village of Buyan, which is in the vicinity of Shtime, so I knew people in Shtime. This was for everyone to set up their own units as a guerrilla units for the liberation war. This is how the organization of our war was initially approached.
And witness to your knowledge, was Fatmir Limay asked by any KLA member or instructed by any KLA member to go to set up units in Malishev?
realisht që cili kemi shku në
Everyone went to the territory they knew, and Fatmir willingly went in the Malisheva territory because he was from the village of Bai in Malishev. Therefore, he asked to set up the guerrilla unit in the territory and within the municipality of Malisheva.
Your Honor, with your leave under Rule 143 B and C, I'd like to show the witness a prior statement.
Yes, go ahead.
And this is IT 0366 T3915-T4001 Core Interp, and will go from page 16, line 23, until page 17, line 8, and I will include the correction, which is at page 18. And in Albanian, this is IT 0366, 8 March 2005, Shukribuya Part 1, TRAT, page 14, lines 2 to 13. So witness, once again, we're going to your 2005 testimony. This is on a different day, but still the same testimony. It's from the 8th of March 2005. And I'm going to read some questions and answers, and then I have a question for you. Question. Certainly, the You have already told us that Hashim Thaçi was the one who communicated to you the instruction, who told you to go organize those areas, right? Suvareka, Lipyan, Malisheva, that came from Hashim Thaçi, right? Answer. And for this in the English, we need to go to the next page. Thank you. From Hashim Thaçi, that is, instructions were given to me to go to Lipyan and Shtime. And now back to the previous page. In the case of Malishev, he asked Fatmir Limai to go. In the case of Suharek, it was thought that Kumanova should go. For Kachanik, it was Agenbai Rami who went. Question, when you say he, this is Hashim Thaçi that we're talking about, right? Answer, yes. Witness, is what you answered during your testimony in 2005 that I just read out, correct?
Yes, but not in the sense of orders, but conversations, discussions, and instructions we gave to one another, to each other, with the purpose of organizing guerrilla units.
Part of the answer I read from you was from Hashim Thaçi, that is, instructions were given to me to go to Lipyan and Shtime. So is it correct that Hashim Thaçi gave you an instruction to go to Lipyan and Shtime, as you testified?
I explained this before. We expressed our desire to go to the territories we knew best, where we came from. This was the way we organized, to go to areas where we knew people, where we could organize, because this was a brutal occupation and we were highly endangered. We could not contact people if we didn't know them, because this was very dangerous. Therefore, I stated that we went to these areas and we discussed this matter in this form, and it was agreed upon, including by Hashim Thaçi, who was present there.
I'd like to go to the 10th of March from this testimony, and that is at IT 0366 T4088-T4174, Core Interp, page 5, lines 11 to 16 in English, which in Albanian is IT 0366 2005-0310, Part 1, TRAT, page 5, lines 13 to 19.
Mr. President.
Mr. Visovich.
I've been consulted with my client, who asked me to bring to your attention that a portion that was read out in English as where it says, when he says he, this is at line 124, page 124, line 10 to 12. In the English, where it says, when he says he, this is Hashim Thaçi that we're talking about, right? Answer, yes. In the Albanian, it's recorded as there was no response in the Albanian version of the transcript.
We're going to correct a transcript. We have to go through the proper procedures. You'll have to, I don't know what, I don't speak Albanian.
Nor do I, but my client called me back to raise that issue with you, and I'm raising it with you, that
Yes,
in
you've
the
raised
Albanian
it, but
transcript.
you can raise it with the translators and they'll recheck it.
Yeah, it's the ICTY's transcript, so it's not an issue of this court's translation.
So how did they find out?
There's an Albanian version of this that I don't know who did the transcript, but it says that the answer was not audible.
I'll suggest that the SPO do a recheck of that with your translators.
We can, Your Honor. It's correct that that's what the Albanian says. I do note that the defense has been in possession of the audio of these prior statements for a very long time, so if they wanted to make these kinds of checks and corrections, they could also do so in advance.
If they just caught it, they just caught it. We're not going to punish them for that. Please just check on it.
We will, Your Honor. And now, witness, on the screen in front of you, as I was saying before, is an excerpt from your 10th March 2005 testimony in Limai. And I'm going to read, as I said, in English from lines 11 to 16, and in Albanian from lines 13 to 19. I was myself settled in Shtime municipality, and I explain here also about Agim Bayrami, whose responsibility was to set up the unit in Kachanik, whereas Fatmir Limai had the responsibility to set up in the unit in Malishev. The form of command was based on guerrilla units, and the orders to these units were given by the General Staff. Is that correct, witness, what you testified in 2005?
I couldn't hear the question.
The question was whether it's correct, what I just read out here from your answer in 2005, whether the answer you gave under oath is correct.
Yes, it is correct. I have explained this. We waited for orders from the General Staff without knowing who the General Staff was. And we did not receive any orders from the General Staff at the time.
And witness, as we just went through, here you said the orders to these units were given by the General Staff. Is that correct or not?
Yes, but at the time we did not receive any orders. It was said by the General Staff, but we did not know who the General Staff was.
Could you check the sound level of the witness's hearing? Can you hear any better now? Good.
Yes.
We can take this document down. Witness, do you know or recall how far Thaçi is from Likot, roughly?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the question.
Farm and how many kilometers, if you know, is Thaçi or Thaçi from Likot?
I do not know.
Are they close? Are they far away from each other?
They're not far from each other, but I do not know exactly what distance there is between the two of them.
And if I'm not mistaken, earlier you were telling us about your journey to Shtime, and did I understand correctly that on the way you went through Malishev?
Yes. Yes, we went through the villages of Malishev because we couldn't get into Malishev itself.
And did you say that Malishev is where Fatmir Limai stopped and then you proceeded without him?
In a village of Malishev, because Malishev is a town, Fatmir Limai stopped in a village of Malishev.
And when you proceeded after Fatmir Limai stopped, who was with you, if anyone?
It was Agim Bayrami and I.
And was Fatmir Limai known by any nicknames or pseudonyms in 1998?
No, not up until then, but on the way there we decided on the pseudonyms with each other, right there and then.
And what pseudonyms did you decide on?
për Fatmir Limaj.
Oh, about Fatmir Lima, you mean? Is that your question?
Po, Fatmiri nuk e kemi.
Yes, it's not like we decided on it for him there, but he said, I think Cheliko suits me. And we agreed because we each would come up with our own pseudonym.
To your knowledge, was Fatmir Limaj ever known as Arben and Daya?
Si doja kemi
We called him Daya too. But there were many others who were called Daya in the KLA.
And do you happen to recall why you called Fatmir Limaj Daya?
Unë më shumë kam thirrë Qeli.
I mostly called him Cheliko, to be honest, quite frequently. And others called him Daya, so they could call him Daya.
I'd like to call up SPOE 0022977-00229-840, and that's in Albanian. And can we call up the English translation, which is SPOE 0022977-SPOE 00229-802-ET. And in both, let us please look at page SPOE 00229-777. Witness, there are two documents on your screen, the left in Albanian, the right in English. Have you seen the document in Albanian before?
Nuk e kam pa këtë.
No, I have not seen this document before.
Please turn to the next page in both documents, and I will read from the last paragraph of this page, page 229778, until the end of the first paragraph on the next page, which is 229779. Again, witness, this is a page from the document that you just saw the first page of. I'm going to read an excerpt from it, and then I have some questions. After several days of stay in Likot, considering that it was almost unnecessary for us to stay there, as we were doing practically nothing, and were becoming a burden to the family, which offered us immediately their hospitality in their homes, I started to look into what we should do to engage ourselves, because we had rested enough, and all of us wanted to receive our duties. I spoke about this issue with Reja, and he told me that you can stay here, but it's better, and to the interest of the KLA, to go to your area, i.e. Malisheva, and work there in order to extend the organization in that area. That it is easier for us, for we are from around there, and we can find shelter and organize many of the people we knew, almost in all villages of Malisheva. And nobody else could do it easier than us, because we were born in that area. So at that time, the KLA had established a rule that everyone would engage themselves in their district, because they knew the area, and there were no other expenses and troubles, as no one needed to be provided with food or any other needs, because we're in our birthplace. I gladly accepted this proposal, because I also wanted to engage myself in my birthplace. I told Reja where we could stay temporarily, and that from there we would start our work for the massive expansion of the KLA. We agreed with Reja, and he instructed me to go to Likot for anything I needed, or to him in Klechka. Meanwhile, we also met Hashim Thaçi, and he asked me to take Shukri Buya and Agim Bayrami with me. And, of course, he asked me if I could organize the trip from Malishev to Lipyan. And I immediately said yes. Don't worry about this issue, I can handle this. Because it was easier for me. I was going to my birthplace. I knew the area, and I had people waiting for me, and they could accompany these two men to their birthplaces. Now, witness, here the author refers to the KLA having established a rule that everyone would engage themselves in their district. Is that consistent with your recollection of events around March of 1998?
I might recall the events, but names and surnames which I didn't know back then.
Yes, for now, witness, can you actually tell us what names and surnames you don't recall from what I just read?
I remember Agim Bayrami, but names and surnames back then I did not know. For instance, of Haji, which was written here. Ismet's name I did not know back then. Ismet, if it is about Ismet Yashari, indeed. I did not know about these names back then.
I'll repeat my question and I ask you to focus and answer only that for now. The author, in what I read, refers to the KLA having established a rule that everyone would engage themselves in their district. Is that consistent with your recollection of the events around March of 1998?
I do not know how he has used rules, but we didn't have rules back then. We just thought it was best that each organizes themselves with the people they know. And the circumstances back then was the brutal invasion and occupation. And of course, there was a high danger and risk. That is why it was best to go to the areas we knew best and the people that we knew best, because we could stay with them. And of course, the risk was higher, so we could actually stay in their homes to organize the guerrilla units. And this was the way we thought it was best to go about at that time.
And the author here refers to Reja telling him, the author, it would be better to go to Malisheva, which is the author's area. And is it correct that it was Fatmir Limai's area, Malishev?
Bai is the village Fatmir Limai was born in, so it comes in the Malishev area.
And I believe you've said so already, but just to be sure, is it correct that Fatmir Limai, on the way with you, stopped in a village in Malishev, and he did so that he would set up units there?
Yes, correct. Although the village of Klej, where Fatmir Limai was thinking of undertaking organization, did not come under Malishev municipality, but under Lipyan municipality instead.
I'm going to continue reading from the second paragraph on this page, and then I'm going to stop at the end of the fourth paragraph also on this page. Then I returned to Ismet and Haji, and I informed them that we will go to Malishev, and that the son of Haji's uncle is expecting us, and he has secured the place where we will go, and that Gazetari, the journalist, Shukri Buya, and Zefi, Agim Bayrami, would be traveling with us to Malisheva, and that we will help them to go to their area. Therefore, we must get ready tonight. After a while, Hashim and Reja called me, and Shukri came there as well. We discussed one more time what we had discussed earlier without Shukri. They told Shukri that I would help them to go to their area, and he was told the same thing, that it is better for him to go to his area to expand the organization the same way as I would be doing. While in my presence, they told him that for any needs he could contact me, because the area Shukri was going to was very far from Likots, and the region was under strict surveillance of the Serbian forces, and there was almost no organization of the KLA. It was hard for him to travel, therefore If he could not send any information or requests himself, they proposed him to transfer them to me, and then I would transfer them to Regia. And so we could keep in touch, because the place where I would settle was very close to Shukri, and it was easy for me to travel to Likots, because the situation was much better and the location suitable, or even closer. And the organization had just started to expand, considering the fact that the region had no Serbian families and the police at the time was not patrolling the region at night. Therefore, in all ways, it was much easier for me than for Shukri. And let's not even mention Agim, who was going to Kachanek. Now, the author here refers, witness, to discussions including yourself, Hashim, Recha, and the author concerning you going to your area. Do you recall such discussions being had with Hashim, someone referred to as Reja, and anybody else?
I cannot recall this. Actually, I noticed that I didn't even know the name and surname.
I'm going to read from the 5th paragraph at page 209.
As I explained earlier, that we discussed this matter with Hashim and friends in Thaçi or around, so we discussed the organization, but I do not know of any other cases that were discussed.
And to go back to that discussion, apart from with Hashim, did you also have discussions with Fatmir Limay, I think you said earlier?
We discussed this with Fatmir and Agim, so the discussions were about the war effort, and it's quite normal, isn't it?
I'll continue reading. So I'm reading from the 5th paragraph on this page until the end of the 1st paragraph on the following page ending in 780. After we agreed, we immediately left for Malisheva in the evening. After a few hours, we reached Malisheva region. That night, we slept in Vermitsa at some friends of Haji's. The next day, in the evening, we continued our journey to Terpeza village. Nasser Shala, with 2 of his friends, received us with their cars, and they arranged a place for me for the night in Pagarusha. The next day in the evening, we split up with Shukri and Zefi. They continued their journey to Klechka with a companion of mine who brought them to my nephew in Klechka, Sadiq, so that he could accompany them to Shukri's destination. Sadiq knew the area very well because Klechka was part of Lipyan commune. We arranged with Shukri about how we could contact with friends in order to see how we were and if we were settled, and in order to exchange information on the field situation. Now, witness, do you recall going through Vermitsa and Terpeza on your way to Shtima?
From what I can recall, I remember Pagarush in Drenica, and the journey to Klechk wasn't with anyone else other than Agim Bayrami.
Do you recall, as mentioned here, someone named Sadiq accompanying you?
No. We contacted Sadiq in Klechk, Sadiq Shala, that is, who knew the terrain between Klechka and Lipyan municipality. So we contacted him in Klechka. Nobody accompanied us to Klechk.
And why did you contact Sadiq in Klechk?
Once again, please.
Why did you contact Sadiq in Klechka?
We contacted Sadiq because Sadiq was the contact that Fatmir Limay gave us. He knew him, and this is how it would go back then. We wouldn't necessarily know somebody to contact them. So Sadiq knew the grounds up to a village of Lipyan municipality, and from that village onwards, I knew the rest of the terrain myself.
Witness, just to go back to something I read, they continued their journey to Klečka with a companion of mine who brought them to my nephew in Klečka, Sadiq, so that he could accompany them to Shukri's destination. So the text is saying that somebody took you to Klečka, and from there, Sadiq accompanied you to your destination. Is that also your recollection of the events?
My recollection is that Sadiq Shala accompanied up until a particular village where he knew people there, whereas the rest of the journey was undertaken by me and Agim Bayrami on our own.
And to be clear, from where did Sadiq Shala start to accompany you? From Klečka or from somewhere else?
From what I can remember, it was from Klečka. He joined us through the mountains, going through Blinai, a mountain or a national reserve area, and then we went to Greater Libar or Libar-Imad.
And was Sadiq Shala in any way related to Fatmir Limay?
I do not know what relations they were, but they called Daya Fatmir Limay, and Fatmir Limay had given us his contact as a contact person who could take us all the way to Libar-Imad.
I'm going to read from the third paragraph of this page. Just a reminder, we're at page 229780. Witness again, I'm going to read and then I have a question or two. During all this time, we would call Shukri Gazetari, Agim Zefi, and I do not remember about Ismet and Haji, but I know we didn't call them after their names. Whereas I was known from Albania as Arben and Daya, uncle, since Haji was a nephew of my relatives, and he called me Daya regularly, and so did Ismet call me as well. I had this nickname until the end of the war because I settled at my nephew's in Klečka as well, and whoever came would call me Daya, as the others, and all the soldiers called me Daya. I think that after the brigade was established, sometime around 23 to 25th March, the three of us newcomers and my nephews started to test the public opinion and the ground in order to see the extent the massacres and the resistance were reflected in Drenica. Witness, having heard this information from this document, are you able to tell us who the author could be?
From what I can tell, it's Fatmir Limay himself.
And Your Honor, we seek admission of the pages from this item that have been shown and discussed with the witness.
Any objection?
We have no objection in principle to the admission. We would object to the manner in which this document can be used. Our position is that the panel has ruled previously under the principle of orality that witnesses should be called to give evidence, and so therefore our position is that statements in this document cannot be used in place of testimony, and the person that the SPO believes is the author should be called. Thank you.
Anybody else? No?
Your Honor, we only preserve our position on the document seized from Jakub Krasniqi.
SPOE 00229977 to 00229840 in Albanian and English is admitted. The pages used, only the pages used.
Thank you, Your Honor. If I can just correct the ERN for the record, it was SPO E0022977 to SPO E0022970. Classification is confidential, and the exhibit number assigned will be P01812.
It can be public.
Reclassified as public.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And the document can be taken down, please. And witness, where in Stime or Lipjan did you go at the end, let's say, of this journey that we've been discussing?
Could you please repeat the question?
Where, which village or location in Stime or Lipjan did you go at the end of this journey that we've just been discussing, which started in or around Thaçi, went through Malisheva, then Klečka? And where did you get to?
So to start off with, we went to the village I was born in, at my family's home.
And can you remind me the name of that village?
Bujan.
Bujan, in Lipjan municipality.
Did you spend there?
Up until I contacted my brother, Rambuja. So it was one night, no more than that. And then I traveled on to Mulapovts in Stime.
And once you got to Mulapolts and Stime, how long did you stay there? Days, weeks, months?
In Mulapolts, that's where I was located. And Agim Bayrani and I separated. He went to Kaçanik and then he was accompanied by Ahmed Muyoda, who was the owner of the home we stayed in.
And when you got to Mulapolts, was that still March of 1998?
I cannot remember exactly. It must have been the end of March or beginning of April. I cannot remember exactly.
And around this time, when you were based in Mulapolts, so around the end of March, beginning of April, what did you do when you were there? What were the main activities that you yourself undertook?
Well, to start off with, I contacted the people I knew and hoped would join the Kosovo Liberation Army. So I contacted my brother, who was a member of the steering board of the LDK, and he was quite close to Mr. Rugova. I then contacted other people in the LDK, the Democratic League of Kosovo, who were in the steering committee. So Sahiti, for instance, whom I contacted, and then later on Fitim Selimi, who was a doctor, as well as other people who I hoped would be involved in our liberation war.
And just before I ask anything else, could you tell us the name of the brother that you contacted at this time?
My brother was Rambuja.
And you said that you were reaching out to people in the hopes that they would be involved in the liberation war. am I understanding correctly that this was you trying to make efforts to recruit people to join you in the KLA?
Yes, so I tried to contact them, to talk to them, for them to join the Kosovo Liberation Army. I mean, people who held a certain political and public authority, like Rambuya, Izzat Sahiti, Fitim Seliti, Ismail Gashi, and so on.
And do you recall how long you did this for when you were based in Mulapols? Was it all of April into May, if you recall?
This was a difficult time, and it was difficult to set up contacts or keep these contacts going. So it took days for a single contact, but we didn't stop working. So even when I had to move from Mulapols to Ferizaj or Kaçanik, just decided what meetings would take place so that when I returned or in other places, I would meet people whom I knew and thought that could be organized into the KLA.
And in terms of your efforts to organize for the KLA, were you in touch with anyone outside of these areas, so outside of the areas where you were trying to recruit?
Well, to start off with, we tried to contact people we knew and people I knew personally. So after a little time, about a month or so, we also had Imre Elazi join us, and he knew the territory of Ferizaj because he came from Ferizaj municipality, whereas Agim Bayrami was quite far away, so it was difficult to contact him. But we did contact him easily after Imre Elazi arrived because he started the organization work in Ferizaj.
And around this time, so the end of March and April, and also moving into May, were you able to make any contact by telephone with anyone in the KLA?
This time was difficult. This period of time was difficult. I did not have a phone. And there was a landline in the home I was staying in, and it was difficult to get in touch through that number. But I sometimes contacted my brother, but in a limited way.
And did you contact anyone other than your brother around April or May of 1998? And I'm interested in KLA members. And I should say via telephone.
I cannot recall a particular contact other than the ones that were conducting the organization work in Switzerland to support the KLA, but I cannot remember a particular contact.
Were conducting the organization work in Switzerland to support the KLA.
Well, there were a lot of people in Switzerland. That's where also the popular movement of Kosovo, Adem Grabovci, Ashar Salihu, Agush Guya, Zanun Bayrami, etc.
And in April or May of 1998, did you make any telephone contact or other form of contact with Hashim Thaçi?
I cannot remember exactly when I had a telephone contact.
Do you remember having telephone contact with Hashim Thaçi at any time in 1998?
Nu kujtohet.
I cannot remember at the moment.
And in around April or May of 1998, were you in any way involved in obtaining weapons for the KLA?
Poralisht detyra
Well, the very first task was to ensure that soldiers had weapons. And of course, I did involve myself in obtaining weapons, be it inside Kosovo, whoever had brought weapons, and to see if we could arm ourselves, or be it through Macedonia or Albania. You couldn't really have soldiers unless you had weapons to arm them, or have soldiers and then you needed to give them uniforms and obviously weapons.
Did anybody communicate this task to you or inform you of this task to procure weapons and the other items you mentioned?
për këtë detyrë.
About this task, well, the soldiers, we knew that we had to ensure we had weapons for them, and then we could mobilize people. So if there was a need for more weapons, then somebody could request for weapons, and then if we could supply them with weapons from other parts where we had contacts.
Did the general staff task you or assign you to take care of the supply of weapons or ammunition around this time, April or May of 1998?
In April, May 1998, I had the first contact with Agim Bayrami, the physical contact, that is, because it was impossible before. And that's when I was informed that quite a large part of the weapons was actually obtained by people without actually joining the KLA to start off with, and they had obtained them from Macedonia. So then we tried so that these weapons would be given to the units in Lipiana and Shtima. But if I'm not wrong, it was in May that the fighting started in the Grykala Pushnikut, and I tried to get these weapons so that they would be available for that.
And Your Honor, I'm conscious of the time, but just one last question for today. Witness, I asked if the general staff had tasked you or assigned you to take care of the weapon supply. Had they or had they not?
Well, I didn't know the general staff, so I couldn't have been given a task or a duty or an order by the general staff.
We'll take this up in the morning, Your Honor.
Witness, this is the end of your testimony for today. We will adjourn now, and you will have to be back here at 9 o'clock in the morning. We will continue your testimony at that time. I remind you that you cannot speak to anyone outside of this courtroom about your testimony in the courtroom. Please have a pleasant evening, and we'll see you tomorrow morning.
Thank you.
All rise.